Oh, there you
Come
go.
back to the party, Gary.
Yeah, you guys left me long ago and Ronald Reagan.
The umbrella's big enough. We'll take you back.
Oh, no.
The what?
The umbrella's big enough. We'll take you back to the Democratic Party.
You got a little too many crazy people in the tent.
The moderate
one more.
caucus. The moderate caucus is all four of us.
I don't know about four of you. I count two.
Well, that's in the countywide.
Mike, can we have you guys pop up your screens? I want to make sure everything's working. Luis, Esmeralda.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right, that's us. I think the mayor's going to join us for the closed session, right?
Yes.
I think we have a good-looking fella joining us for video today. What's going on here?
Hey, who is that guy? He still works here?
I think he wants to ask for a new park in person.
5 parks.
Well, according to a B columnist, he doesn't work here anymore.
That is true. That is true.
Cap, you're muted.
We're better off leaving him muted for a bit. Let him warm up.
He's such a fantastic journalist. He's won so many awards, you know.
I told you we should leave him muted. Just leave him muted.
Like that. Hey, that's better.
Hey, who is that guy?
See what it does.
Who works here?
See,
I think he wants to ask for a new park.
I think so.
I think we're live.
We are on CMAC, guys, just so you know.
Yeah.
All these crazy comments are going to the public, and
I know.
They're not crazy. They're productive.
no, I'm kidding. Productive, yeah. We get along. We really do get along, folks.
Are we embarrassing you, Mike? Are we embarrassing you?
I don't want you guys to embarrass yourselves.
Oh, that's too late, my friend.
All right, council, we're gonna go ahead and begin. Councilwoman Sawyer is running a little late, so she'll join us in closed session. If we're able to get there in a timely fashion. Just for the record, I will be excusing myself at 9:45 to do the groundbreaking for the safari expansion at the Fresno Chaffee Zoo, our crown jewel, as Mr. Council Vice President would say. So our Council Vice President will take over during my departure. So this is my warning, Mike, Luis, Nelson, Gary, be nice to him and treat him well. If not, we're gonna have to
I
mute
will.
when I return.
Yeah, we actually like him.
Thank you. I love you guys.
All right, with that, let's go ahead and do roll call, City Clerk.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Councilmember Karbasi.
Present.
Councilmember Soria. Council Vice President Capriolio.
Here.
And President Arias.
Present. Next will be the Pledge of Allegiance. Gavin, do you have the video?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
For any of the other council members, do the images freeze on Zoom for you guys?
A little bit.
Please stand for the pledge.
Thank you. City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, there are. Let's see. 2 of the proclamations that's on today's agenda are being removed. In the minutes, we have some changes from Councilmember Karbasi, and we will make those corrections. It has to do with the honoring Bob Caldwell, former mayor, and he wants the word former removed. We'll get that done. So you'll be approving those as amended. The file ID 20-001267, 1 o'clock, timed item is being moved to 10:10 a.m. And there's a correction in section number 6 on the top of page 6 due to a formatting error. Item 4A will be heard at 10:30 a.m. Item 4C, we're adding Councilmember Chavez as a sponsor. And items tabled to 10:15 is item 1B and 1S as in Sam.
City Clerk,
Yes,
the 10:10 was moved to 1 PM. Are you saying they're trying to move it back?
it does say that. It says has been moved. Oh, I'm sorry. It has been moved from 10:10 a.m. to the 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Guys, thank you.
All right. Any other changes to the agenda? City Clerk?
No other changes.
Okay, council members, do you have changes to the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Give me 1 second. I want to table item 1B as in boy for the October 15th meeting. I want to give our frequent users, the media and the press, some time to play with the new software before we formally approve. So we'll move that to 10:15.
Also, item 1S is in Sam. You had
Yes.
that one tabled as well?
Yes, 10:15.
Mhm.
On that one, that's going to go to the COVID committee for review, and then we'll bring it back on 10:15 for approval.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I'm confused. Which one's going to the COVID committee?
1S, it's a CARES Act item.
Why can't it be discussed by the council today? We're all here.
It
I'm just
can be.
curious.
It can be.
I mean, how do the other committee members feel?
I'm okay either way. If you guys want to hear it, that's fine.
Okay. So would you like to hear it today?
Let's hear it today, and then if in discussion we decide we want to send it to the COVID committee, we can do it then, please.
All right, that's fine. We'll keep it on
Thank
the
you.
agenda.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, there's a motion by Council Vice President to approve the agenda as amended. I'll second it. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria, absent. Council Vice President Caprielio,
Yes.
and President Arias.
Yes. All right, council, we don't have any ceremonial presentations. Before we go into closed session, I do want to give the opportunity for Councilmember Chavez to say a few words on who we're going to adjourn the meeting on whose behalf.
Yeah, thank you, President. I just wanted to, give an extra special thanks to United Health Centers. As many of us know, Dr. Schenkerman lost his battle with COVID recently, and he was very instrumental in helping set up all the protocols for the health clinics that UHC operates. And I understand that that was the model used for other FQHC. So I wanted to adjourn the meeting in his name. And then also, that wasn't bad enough. We lost a great educator, principal in Southeast Fresno, and my former teacher at Roosevelt, Mr. Tim Lyles, lost his battle with cancer. And, I just want to express my condolences to the family. There was a vigil held last night outside of Sunnyside High. And I think that just tells you the impact that he had in the area. And I wanted to adjourn today's meeting in both of their names. So I'd appreciate that.
Council President,
Yes, Council Vice President, you have the floor.
if I too would like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of Bob Spencer. He was a former Fresno State women's basketball coach. He was a legend for a number of reasons. He became the first NC2A women's basketball coach to earn 500 career wins. Coach Spencer led the Bulldogs twice to appear in the women's NIT tournament, 1986 and 1990. So our prayers and our thoughts are with his friends and his family. So if we can do adjourn in his loving memory today, I'd appreciate that as well. Thank you.
So move. Thank you, council members. It's been a tough 2020 for a lot of us, and we've had a lot more losses than wins, but we'll keep on working through the year. And and hope for brighter days. With that, for the general public, we will go into closed session now, after which we will return with the consent calendar. At that time, we will also take public comment on the consent calendar and unscheduled oral communications at that time when we return from closed session. So council, you should have a closed session link on your calendars under closed session. We will see you there in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Legal counsel, what's in closed session, please, for the record?
Right, we have only conference with legal counsel concerning public security.
Thank you.
Hey, Esmeralda, they're in closed session now if you want to join. Yeah, we just went to it.
So Doug, are we ready to go forward with our meeting?
Yeah, we should announce for the public that the closed session is being continued for further discussion this afternoon.
Thank you, City Attorney. Okay, folks, let's go to our agenda. We're going to do something very unusual. We're going to try to be timely. So we're going to go to the 10 a.m. item first, a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance annexing property in a special levy in District 2. This is a staff presentation by Public Works. This is in 2. Does anyone have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? I'll second it.
Which item is this? I'm sorry, Mr.
This is,
President.
we're going to do a 10, we're going to be on time. We're going to do a 10 a.m. item at 10
Okay,
a.m.
got it. Thank you.
Is there anyone in the public, the community wishes to make some constructive comments on this item? That is the 10 a.m. item. Seeing none, any council comments
Excuse me, Paul, there are members of the public that wish to make comments.
on the 10 a.m. item?
They have their hands up.
Okay,
Yes, sir. So there is going to be Lisa Flores first, Tyler Mackey second, Gloria Hernandez third.
thank you.
Tyler or Lisa, go ahead.
Real quick question, Paul. I thought you have to take public comments and concerns first before you move to the agenda items, even if they're timely, because, you know, that's what I was led to believe. And I've been hanging out, waiting for you guys to come back into session so I can make my public comments regarding your agenda.
Yeah, we'll take that at a later time. We're going to try to stay on schedule here with the 10 a.m. item.
Is
And-
that like in violation of Robert's rules?
No, it's not.
That is not required.
Thank
Did
you.
you wish to comment on the 10 a.m. item? If not, we'll move to the.
No,
next-
actually, I have 3 comments on your agenda, actually.
Okay, well, when we have open session, then we'll take those comments or on item by item, but thank you for phoning in. Appreciate you. Next would be Tyler Mackey. Tyler, do you have comments, brief comments on the 10 a.m. item?
I just jumped back on because you guys were in closed session and I was just kind of standing by. So are we up for 4A at this point where we can discuss that?
No, we're at the 10 a.m. item at page 6 of our agenda. So we're going to try to do the timed items out of respect for those that have set timed items, and then we'll go back to the regular agenda. Gloria?
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same thing because I was led to believe that public comment was the first item.
No, it's not. We're going to do the timed items first, and then we'll go back to that as soon as we can get through these 2 or 3 items that have been set on the agenda. So thank you. Any other comments from my colleagues? Or are we ready to vote? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Kurbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Caprielio,
Yes.
and President Arias is absent.
Okay, the 10:05 and 10:10 items have been continued. That puts us at the 10:15 item. It's now 10:17. This is consideration of a text amendment application from Planning and Development Department. We ready to proceed? Or is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Thank you much. We'll go to the public. Does the public wish to comment on the 10:15 item?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, screen is clear. Council members, anyone wish to address the 10:15 item? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Kurbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Vice President Caprielio,
Yes,
President Arias is absent.
okay. City Attorney, can I go 10:20 now? It's a joint meeting with Fresno Joint Powers Financing Authority, which is the last timed item.
You're muted, City Attorney. City Attorney, you're muted.
Council Vice President, my
Sorry.
reading- Oh, sorry.
For the 1020, it includes the Fresno Joint Powers Financing Authority. We need at least 2 of the mayor, council president, and Councilmember Soria.
So
You might want to circle back to that one.
would the mayor and Councilmember Soria be adequate?
We
Yes.
are attempting to get the mayor on right now,
Okay, we could take a
but it
minute.
may take a few minutes.
Council Vice President, might we go past the consent agenda? We don't got to do the comments on them, but the comments on the open unscheduled, but we could do the consent agenda.
I've got it. Well, if you'll round up the mayor, let me know. We'll jump to that as soon as he's available. That puts us back on council member reports and comments. I'll start off that segment. This morning, we did our second distribution of Safer Food Meal, a program for our seniors that was initiated by Member Carbasi, Member Chavez, and myself. I drove over there today and we had a long line of cars of seniors who are interested in that fantastic, well-balanced meal. And we're doing that distribution next Thursday as well. So I want to thank all those that were involved. That's Pardini's Catering, the volunteers, Parks, Aaron Aguirre, Northeast Fresno Police Officers, and Fresno State Police Department for helping us get the boxes loaded safely in the cars. My next and final comment is that it's a sad day, but a happy day for the university. And what that means is the good news is for Dr. Castro. He is now a new appointment as Chancellor-elect of the entire California State University system. The bad news is I'll miss him, and our community will miss him because he's been a great president and a great leader. But his record of accomplishments underscores his commitment to higher education, and under his bold leadership, that will be reflected, in my view, on all the campuses who will all strive to attain even greater success. And as you all know, President Castro and his team put Fresno State on the map. We are in so many areas of accomplishment. We're in the league with Stanford, MIT, various major universities. Well, guess what? Fresno State, thanks to Dr. Castro and his boldness, is in that league. So we thank you, Dr. Castro. And personally, I'm going to miss you. I don't think the new president's going to call me Pablo, and I can't call him Bold Joe, because you are bold. And I love our relationship. We both started in 2013, except you've accelerated past me, which is not unusual. But congratulations, sir. I'm wearing my Bulldog tie in commemoration of this great event for you and your family and the great staff at Fresno State. Thank you very much. Who'd like to speak next? Member Soria.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I have a few comments and a request. I would like to request this meeting and adjourn in memory of our Supreme Court Justice, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. As we all just heard a few days ago, we lost what I believe is an iconic figure in our country, someone that was a trailblazer for women, for gender equality. I want to just, express my gratitude and honor the legacy that she has left. Because of her, I and women across this country have benefited from her work. We can actually open a bank account and buy a home without having to get a man to co-sign for us. And so she was someone that represents what is equity and justice in our country. And so I do want to adjourn in her memory.
We will definitely do that. Thank you for those that request.
And then just a couple other comments that I wanted to make. So every year, the city of Fresno, and in particular the Tower District, hosts the Fresno Real Pride event. It's a film festival that has been going on for, I think, 3 decades or so. And I just want to remind folks that while we are in COVID, they are going to be still hosting it, and it's going to be from home. And so this event is going to be taking place virtually on Saturday, October 10th, starting at 11 a.m. Tickets are still available, so make sure that you guys, go online and find out the different featured films that they will be hosting at realpride.com. Also want to remind folks that This council approved the Fresno Cares program. It's also a food distribution program. We are looking for other community partners. So those that want to do additional food distribution in the neighborhoods. If you are interested, please call us at 559-234-0707. And that's citywide. So for those nonprofits that need the resources or want to start a food distribution site, to please call that number. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Member Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just a couple of quick announcements. I wanted to congratulate Bob Myers, who's a District 2 resident. He actually did come to the council meeting last year. He is the winner again of the World's Fastest Professional Gunfighters National Championship. It's Fast Draw. And that's another world championship for him, and that person lives in Fresno. Of course, we can't forget the US Open and Bryson DeChambeau and what he was able to accomplish. It's another champion who has roots in Fresno, having attended Clovis East. We also have comment about Council Vice President made comments about President Castro. I want to thank the Castro family. We talked last night, we both agreed to wear our ties today. And we really appreciate everything you've done for Fresno State. It's with a lot of pride that we were educated at that fine institution. And you've been a treasure, a crown jewel of District 4. Now you can be a crown jewel of the state of California. Thank you for your service. The last thing I want to say for a program, the Senior Aid for Food and Resources. We're just about to finish week 2. I want seniors to know that if you're a City of Fresno resident and you want a week's supply of groceries from the 5 food groups, we've partnered with Pardini's to do that, and using your CARES dollars, you can call 621-7237, or you can go online, which is faster, or if you have a family member that can help you with that, and go to fresnocovidhelp.com/SAFR, fresnocovidhelp.com, and we will be sure to get you signed up. And signups for next week begin Friday at 2 p.m. I'm going to share a letter, I'll read part of it, that was left by a resident at the distribution center, one of the sites. Her name is Dolores Davidian, and I'm going to give this to the clerk so it could be on the record. But I'm just going to say, read the first part. Expressing my heartfelt gratitude to Fresno's leaders, Fresno City Council, Pardini's, and all others who are sponsoring the Senior Aid for Food and Resources program. Because of COVID-19, many seniors are fearful of shopping. Depending on others to supply our basic needs, we feel is a super great imposition. Some seniors have transportation issues. The Senior Aid for Food and Resources program is such a marvelous, redeeming way of keeping us safe from the many germs that easily could attack our vulnerable immune system. And a bushel of thank you for all those who sacrifice time, money, talents, and love to give Fresno seniors a gift of nourishing, delicious food. Thank you so much, Dolores. You are the reason why we do these things. It does take work, but we're here to serve. And I want to thank my colleagues for supporting the program. And hopefully when the pilot is over, we can extend the program for a full citywide. It's open to all city residents, but we can have distribution centers citywide. That's the hope. Thank you so much, Dolores. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Member Carbasi. Next. Anybody? I think the screen is clear. I understand. Brennefield, Member Esparza.
Okay, Nelson, you go ahead.
I'll be quick. I just wanted to reiterate that we'll be having a mobile testing clinic for COVID-19 tomorrow morning at McLean High School between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. And also be giving away masks there as well. So I think I announced that last week. We're just reinforcing that now that we're a lot closer. And then just as my colleagues have done, I want to extend, publicly my sincere congratulations to President Castro. Fun fact, when I was at an undergraduate at UC Riverside, I did not have the privilege of attending Fresno State, but Timothy White was my campus chancellor over at UC Riverside. And he moved on to become the CSU chancellor, and really glad to see President Castro now moving into that position as Chancellor White transitions out. So again, my sincere congratulations, and that'll be it.
Thank you, sir. We go to Member Brennefield. There you are.
Yes, thank you very much. And I want to echo also what Council Member Soria said. about Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Whether you agree with her positions or not, I mean, she was a trailblazer and somebody who led the way for many people and an incredible role model. And so want to acknowledge that fact for her. And we mourn her passing and just are grateful for her service. Having said that, I want to also recognize the rally that took place the last several days ago about open businesses. Again, businesses that continue to be hurt terribly by the policies of the governor and the policies of the city of Fresno. And so they're planning on apparently opening October 1st. It's been 6 months. The 14-day flatten the curve in April has turned into the 6-month nightmare and counting. Additionally, our schools continue to be closed. The transmission rates for kids just recently unveiled by the CDC is extremely low, remotely low. And yet we know that the kids are being hurt by not being in school in terms of depression, social isolation, anxiety. We saw recently that suicide rates have spiked. Kids are not, who are being abused, are not being detected, protected because they're not in school. And so the destruction from these foolish policies continue. I would encourage this council to stop pressing on businesses and allow them to open up, and they will do so safely, following the CDC guidelines, as they did months ago before they were shut down again by the governor, who initially declared that some 26 million Californians would be infected by May. He's fallen short by 25 million people. This is a man who we've all sought his leadership on COVID-19 to make us safe. And this is the man who's released 20,000 inmates in our community, has homeless all over the highways that we can't remove by his edict. So he's not making anybody safe. We have shootings every night and stabbings most days, 80% increase in shootings since April. And that's because of these releases and no bail policy.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah, I'm going to finish. That's basically the person that our city is looking to for leadership. The county looks to for leadership, and there is no leadership. The goalposts change. So we need to do something to help our businesses. I think we can, and hopefully we will. Thank you.
Thank you. Screen is clear. Well, now I see the mayor. We'll jump to the 10:20 joint meeting with Fresno Joint Powers Financing Authority. These are actions pertaining to the issuance of Series 2020A bonds. I don't know, Mayor, would you like to start it, or City Manager? Who would like to take the item?
I have Mike Lima here when you're ready. Mayor, do you want to say anything, or can we turn it over to Mike?
Turn it over to Mike.
Okay.
Okay. This is 10:20, right? Good morning, council members and JPFA board members. Mike Lima, Finance Director, Controller. Before you today is an item that will authorize the sale of no more than $22 million of bonds, the proceeds of which will be used to fund the construction and equipping of a new animal control shelter located at 5277 East Airways Boulevard.
Department, that's in District 4.
It is in District 4. You are right. Yes. The animal shelter will consist of 5 buildings, which will support the shelter's administration, operations, veterinary, animal housing, and customer service functions. The facility is planned to open in late 2021. And to facilitate that opening, council awarded a construction contract to North Star General on May 21st, 2020. The facility will be owned by the Joint Powers Financing Authority and leased back to the city under the 2008 master lease at a rate equal to the annual debt service payment. The payment is expected to be no higher than $1.8 million a year. However, the actual annual debt service won't be known until the bond sale is complete. The lease payment will be a general fund obligation. The bonds will have a maturity of 25 years, with final payoff occurring on April 1st, 2046. Staff expects the bond sale to occur in about 2 weeks, with the sales closing occurring by the end of October. Staff recommends that both the council and JPFA board approve the resolutions authorizing the sale of these bonds. Thank you. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. It's in District 4. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
So does the JPA have to first take a vote and then the council? I thought that that's.
The order doesn't matter, but it needs to be both independently.
So with the JPA, is there a motion or a vote? that
Well,
you-
I'll go ahead and make a motion. It's just me and the mayor.
Okay, I'll second it. Can we have a roll call vote on both those items?
Which ones do I vote on? The
Well,
first,
let me back up. I got ahead of myself. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to comment on these two items? Well, there's one item, but two facets to it. I put it that way. I don't see
There
anyone.
is no public comment.
Okay, and now we're back to the council. Anyone else like to speak on this item?
hey, Paul,
Yes, sir.
this is part of the process where the SPCA is now canceling the contract. They've given us extensions. So this is a mandated service. This will give us a state-of-the-art facility that our goal down the road will be a kill-free shelter. So it's a big step in the right direction for the city of Fresno. Unfortunately, we will have to incur, some debt service to build it, but I think it's a strong step in the right direction. It should be done by late next year.
Thank you.
Councilman Soria, Councilman Bettafield for being on the committee that saw this through, and we're monitoring the progress closely and looking forward to it being completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Bettafield, I think we're ready to vote, but go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I just want to also, I want to thank Sal Gonzalez, Mr. Ed Cashin, and Mike Carbasi, and others who helped in getting that land, the GAP. And I frankly want to thank the GAP for participating in helping solve a critical need in the city of Fresno, which we obviously had. I mean, many people have expressed concern about things for some time. And I think this in the future is going to be a great thing for the city of Fresno and of course for our animals, which is what this is all about. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Doug, can we take one vote on both these items, or do they need to be individually voted?
Why don't you have the council vote and then have the authority take their action?
Very good. So, Madam Clerk, the council's ready to vote. Would you have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio.
Yes. Next, we'll have a roll call vote on the Fresno Joint Powers Committee. Is that the proper title?
Yes, this is the mayor and Councilmember Soria now.
Correct. The roll call, please.
Okay, Councilmember Soria.
Actually, they need to make a motion and second.
You
Well,
made
I
the
make a
motion.
She
motion.
made the motion and the mayor will need to second. Okay, so.
Mayor, are you seconding it?
Where are you, Mayor?
It's seconded
Okay.
for the second time.
Remember those old days?
Very good. The roll call, please.
Councilmember Soria
Yes.
and Mayor Brand.
Yo.
Congratulations. Job well done to the whole team that's been involved with this. I know a lot of
Well
people touched this particular item. So congratulations to all and thanks to everyone who's made this possible for our community. Clarification, Madam Clerk, item 4A, was that time for 10:30?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go to that item now. This is item 4A. Trying to stick with our timeliness. And this is a bill for introduction and adoption relating to outdoor dining. And this is sponsored by Councilmember Soria. Do you have a motion, member?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Second.
Second by member Carr. So we have a motion by member Soria. Second.
And
by
then, okay.
Go ahead. If you have a comment, sir.
No, go ahead, Council Vice President.
Okay.
I think there's some questions.
Yeah, we have the motion again by member Soria, seconded by member Carbasi. We can go to the public. Anyone in the public wish to be heard on this item?
I think Tyler Mackey mentioned this, right?
Yes, Tyler Mackey has raised his hand.
Okay, well, Mr. Mackey, you're welcome to comment on this item.
Thank you, Council and Council Vice President. My name is Tyler Mackey, and I am the Executive Director of the Tower District Marketing Committee, a 22-year-old nonprofit business association that represents the businesses of the Tower District. We are a 20-plus member organization, and we represent the majority of the bars and restaurants. We appreciate all that the city of Fresno has done for the Tower District, but on this item, it's very important to us that we begin to restore the culture of our community and bring back some of the jobs. We're struggling to fill our patios, and music is one thing that we believe can bring people back. It's something people come to expect of our community, and we'd like to see it back. We believe we can do it very safely. We believe that it is happening already all over town. It's just being done as businesses decide they want to do it. So it's creating an unfair playing ground for everybody. And our district, a lot of our members, we haven't been showing up at rallies. We've been silent, quietly talking with council and working on solutions. But this is one that we feel it's time for us to speak up and say, please let us bring music back in a safe way that's regulated and that meets some parameters. There are mariachi bands all over town playing. This sets up some reasonable restrictions and allows us to safely bring business back to our desperately hurting businesses. And we understand that this is a time where if we move into the next level down, it becomes safer. We're not going to be trying to move these things back inside if we're allowed to move them outside. But we recognize this is only going to be a small window before the weather turns against us. So we would love to see this happen quickly, recognizing it'll only last for a while. So we want to make hay while the sun shines, for lack of a better phrase. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Anyone else?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, then we'll go back to council. There's a motion and a second. Now, if there's any council comments, Member Bredfield, you have your.
I just was wanting to ask Councilmember Surya, so is that why you wanted to make these changes from what the gentleman was saying?
Yeah, so restaurants across the city have been asking for some relief when it comes to some entertainment, and I think this will allow them. It's a reasonable policy that would allow in their extension, so that they're not in violation of any of their CUPs. So that's why we're doing it.
Thank you.
Any other council member? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredfield,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Surya,
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio.
Yes. Thank you all very much. Congratulations, Member Soria.
Thank
Okay,
you.
now we can go to the consent calendar and unscheduled communication. Would any member wish to remove anything from the consent calendar? Oh, Member Bredfield. I thought we were going to get away with a vote, but Member Bredfield.
Yeah, no, I'm not removing anything. I just wanted to register a no vote on the consent calendar for Q as in quiet, nobody in particular, and R as in Robert, Q and R.
That is so noted, sir. Thank you. Anyone else? Member Karbasi.
No votes on Q and R, please.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you have that.
I do.
Okay, very good. Anyone else?
So, Council Vice President, just a point of clarification. So I missed early this morning when there were changes to the agenda. Were any items removed or since I missed that first portion, I just wanted to make sure.
The only item that was pulled from consent was item 1B as in boy.
And then 1S is going to be heard at what time, clerk?
I
10,
nope.
15, I think.
I don't think it.
I think it will just be on a contested consent, which could go right after consent.
Okay.
So we're indicating 1S is contested consent. So that's the only item that's pulled thus far. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone in the public wish to address the consent calendar before we go into a vote and then unscheduled communication?
Yes, we have Lisa Flores.
Lisa, you may proceed.
I got a question. What are you guys doing with the cannabis stuff on Q&R? Did you take it off the agenda, or I need some clarification on that?
It's on the agenda, as far as I know, on the consent calendar. There are 2 registered no votes from members Karbasi and Bredfield.
So they're voting no on it, but if you guys vote yes on the agenda, it passes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just need that
Okay.
clarification.
You're welcome. Anyone else?
Yes, Brandy, you're next.
Randy, please proceed with some constructive comments.
Is this also for unscheduled communication?
I was going to do that next, but if
Okay,
you do it now-
I can wait till then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone
Yep.
else?
Cody?
Cody? Oh, hey, Cody, you're good to hear from you. He worked for me at the council here. So you may proceed with your comments, sir. Cody?
Cody, you are on mute.
You have to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Paul. I was just wondering when council was going to address the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act.
Yeah,
1 o'clock, I believe.
yeah, 1 p.m.
Scheduled for 1 p.m.
Much obliged. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Cody.
There are no other comments.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion. Do we have a motion on the consent calendar?
No, we don't.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar as modified?
Second.
So Member Chavez, I couldn't hear you, but I think it was you.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Oh,
And
I
Sparsa.
thought Carbasi was the second.
Sparsa.
It was me.
First.
Thank you, Nelson. Motion by Member Sparsa, second by Member Carbasi. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Fetterfeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
It's me.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Thank you. Council Vice President Capriolio.
Yes, and again, the record will note a no vote on items Q and R by members Carbasi and Bredefeld.
Correct.
Very good. Now we can go to unscheduled communication. I believe Brandy was patiently waiting.
We have Crystal Reed.
Okay, Crystal, we would love to hear your comments.
Thank you for letting me address you today. My name is Crystal Reed. I'm with A Plus Property Management, and I am currently a property manager within your community. And I represent a lot of different owners in different aspects and different price points as far as rental price points. I'm urging the council to look at the non-entry of inspections into the homes. We have a lot of deferred maintenance going on. We have tenants calling into code enforcement, and which is causing a bigger workload on code enforcement. And we are not able to go in and do inspections. Right now, we are able to do a couple of different things to get rid of quote unquote tenants not taking care of properties and doing illegal activities via evictions. So I am urging the councils to redo the guidelines based on CDC, social distancing, and offering, or basically giving a different alternative so we can go in and the owners can maintain their homes, which is one of their biggest investments, and also do it in a safe manner.
Thank you.
I have I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you're finished. Yeah.
No, I have lots of different ideas. I could work with the council on how we can do this in a safe manner, but also allow owners to have access to their properties. Thank you very much for your time.
No, thank you. Thanks for chiming in with us. Gloria Hernandez, I think you're next.
Yes, I'm calling about the issue of what happened with the independent reviewer yesterday. I want to make the following statement for the record. His trust was hanging by a thread, and now the thread has been broken, and the independent reviewer must release the audit on London Wallace and Gerald Johnson immediately. He should then resign in shame. He violated his job duty to, quote, work to strengthen community trust in the Fresno Police Department by providing neutral third-party review of police policies, procedures, strategies, and internal investigation, unquote. He made a decision that impacts the lives of many of us in Fresno. As a police commissioner, I've been putting in many hours to reform the police. He has made my duty difficult. I have been fighting for civilian review since the late 90s and have continued to do so for the well-being of our community who has lived in fear and has suffered trauma for too many years. He must resign or be terminated. Thank you.
Gloria. I'm almost done with the calendar. Give me 3 more minutes. We'll finish. Gloria, thank you for your service to our community as well as in your comments. We appreciate that.
Next is Kyle Schmidt.
Kyle,
Hey,
welcome. Give
this
us
is Kyle Lopez Schmidt, 3035 North Ferris. I also wanted to speak on the independent police auditor. John Galata has really destroyed the public's trust by concealing his report, and we demand that he immediately release his report on London Wallace and Gerald Johnson, and that is a demand of the community to the city of Fresno, and we demand that John resign from his position, that he's violated his independent police auditor charge, and that the city begin working with the police commission on reworking that job position to protect against this type of abuse in the future.
Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate your comments. Who's next, Madam Clerk?
Next is Lisa Flores.
Hi, Lisa, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes. Oh, okay. Well, I just have.
No one watches their clock when they speak, so it always goes over. So.
Oh no, I'll keep it short, Paul, because I got dishes I got to do.
Oh.
That's why I like Zoom. I can actually clean my house and listen to you guys. I have 3 general comments. The first one, I'm shocked and appalled by the comments and the press release from Andy Hall. I found it, even though he was trying to uplift the police department and the cops, I found it inappropriate, immoral, and racist, actually. I get generally offended anytime I hear a person in power start to talk about circling the wagons. I'm a federally recognized tribal Indian, and when I hear circle the wagons, I automatically think of genocidal practices, and these guys are going around with guns. And, you know, my forefathers had to live through, you know, a price on their heads as little as 25 cents. But luckily they didn't wipe us out. This, you know, so I would ask that the city council, you know, admonish this man for his statement. There's a right way to do it, and then there's a wrong way. There's a right way to invoke hope, promise, and perpetual peace in Fresno, and then there's a way to stir it up. Second, the police transparency, the independent report. I'm a little shocked. How come I can't see it? Where's the transparency? We have a young man, 17 years old, that was accosted by the police. That report should be out. There should be some transparency. When you hide things, it just makes people wonder what sort of malfeasance is going on. What is the cover up? And then the third is, hey, Gary, I see that, you know, you're still promoting the pandemic business rally number 2. Just want to remind you that all our businesses would be open and we would have a freer society if you would have preached more about, you know, face masks and safety versus going against the CDC and just continuing your rhetoric of hate.
Lisa,
finally,
you really need to direct the comments toward me.
Okay, finally.
Rather than an individual member. Thank you.
Okay, well, finally then, could you please tell Mr. Arias that I thank him and his staff, particularly his staff person, Ms. Garcia. I thank her very much for the rapid response and positive outcome to an issue I had regarding some homeless issues in his district, and really respect and appreciate not only the rapid response, but also a positive outcome to it.
Thank you.
So
Lisa.
I thank you very much for your time. And Gary.
Anyone else?
Yes, we have Brandy.
Oh, Brandy, correct. Thank you for waiting, Brandy. You may proceed with your constructive comments.
Thank you very much, Paul, and thank you so much for being considerate of me. I have 3 items. The first 2 that were stated by better than I could have so I just want to stand in agreement with the statements of Gloria and Kyle regarding the audit and ask the same thing. I agree with Lisa regarding the comment that Chief Hall has made and say that his statement is unacceptable. I also want to express my support for the efforts by the mayor and those of you on the council who have been following local and CDC guidelines and the state mandates to keep Fresno safe and open business safely. Thank you for speaking up for the vulnerable populations and for pointing out the demographics that are most affected by illness and death. I know you've received a lot of criticism and online attacks for not defying those guidelines, but I want you to know that there's a lot of us who are very grateful. I know it's not easy for businesses right now and empathize, but I perceive that some of the criticisms are for weak areas in the system that aren't the fault of the council. I appreciate the efforts of the council to provide assistance to the business owners and take steps like the parklets and the outdoor dining. And I appreciate the last week's plan to open safely. I thank you for the food distributions and the COVID testing. This hasn't been easy, but we can't pretend this disease isn't harmful. And I am mourning the death of Dr. Shinkerman. I'm a patient at United Health Centers, and I hope that his efforts and others who literally gave their lives won't be lost. I am disappointed with those who aren't respecting this and ask that all of the council promote safety so that we can open safely, but that we are not sacrificing anyone.
Thank you, Brandon.
And I also want to thank Soria and those for recognizing Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone
Next,
else?
we have Carrie.
Carrie,
Hi, folks. Thank you for the recognition. My name is Carrie Lorena Ayala. My pronouns are she or they. I live and work in District 1. I grew up in the Tower District and have also lived in District 2 and worked in District 3. I am here because you are failing on the issue of police violence, the domination of political processes by police, and the complete and utter lack of accountability that continues to be one of the most pressing issues keeping Fresno in the dark ages and hurting our people. I am a taxpayer and I vote in every election. I organize daily and I practice my spirituality and connect with the next generation to ensure the growth and sustainability of the future of our community. Yesterday, the murderers of Breonna Taylor, may she rest in peace, were acquitted. The country is on fire with rage against anti-Black policing and criminal justice, and not one of you mentioned a thing about the failure of the justice system, nor the violence against people in your own community as reflected in this national struggle. You have a police chief who is publicly catering to the feeling of police in a statement yesterday, in the midst of a revelation that the sole modicum of accountability, the so-called independent advisor, withheld information about brutality against a Black teenager for fear of public response. You have an incoming mayor who during his time as the chief of police had a documented history of racism in attitude and practice. This is not the Wild West. These are people's lives. I've been attending this.
You want to wrap it up, please?
Sure. I've been attending the so-called Commission on Police Reform meetings, and it is unreal how much administrative time is spent on catering to the tender little feelings of police officers because their jobs are hard and people don't like them. You know who else is in that position? Literally everyone who works with the public. The scourge of poverty, addiction, and mental illness affect our culture at every level, and yet y'all continue to invest in policing at the expense of programs and services that will actually provide our community the support and opportunities they so desperately need.
Thank you,
Black
Carrie.
Lives Matter. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Anyone else?
Yes, lastly, we have Terry.
Terry, we're welcome constructive comments.
Terry,
Terry, are you there?
you are ready to be unmute. You have to unmute yourself.
Almost, Terry, you're almost there.
Okay.
Tell her how to unmute.
Well, we can come back to Terry then.
Matthew.
Next, we have Matthew.
Matthew, you may proceed.
Hello, my name is Matthew Woodward. I'm a resident in District 2, and I am very concerned about the news this week about the police auditor and how he withheld that report. While I'm a white citizen, I am concerned that if anyone were to be beaten by the police or anything other misconduct, that the police department is not going to be held accountable. It's startling to me that this is the same week that Breonna Taylor got no justice for her death at the hands of Louisville, Kentucky Police Department. And I don't know, is there any way I can know for sure that anyone who's gonna get beaten by the cops or have unfairly put in jail for a crime they didn't commit, is there any way we can be certain that we can get justice in our city today? And besides that, I will end my comments there.
Thank you. Thank you, Matthew. Next.
That is all.
Thank you very much for those comments. Our illustrious president has returned, although I'd ask him to allow me to do one more item, 4C, a resolution authorizing the application of the Safer Funding Grants. This is Member Carbasi, and I'll turn it back to the president. I think he's up to speed. After that, I think we have 4B and 4D, and we're pretty much done. But Member Carbasi, you have the floor.
Member Soria.
Sorry.
I just wanted to ask some questions given some of the comments that were made during unscheduled communication to the city manager.
Can we do this first and then go back to that? I just want to get this done. I promised Member Carbasi I would.
Okay, that's fine, but I did want to have some questions and follow up.
Yeah, I have a question too, so I want to go back to that too. So, Councilmember Soria, good point. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Is there a motion?
So, yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 4C.
I'll second it. Go ahead, sir.
No, this is basically instruction that we will apply for the SAFER grant for our fire department. This is the application process and identify funding for drill schools. Now, of course, we're all talking about the fires. We've been breathing the air and we know how our neighbors are facing this crisis, but we still have in Fresno a severe demand. We are the 6th largest city by area. And, we have, I think, a tremendous fire department, but staffing has always been an issue, and moving forward, we're going to have to explore grant opportunities. Now, I do want to thank some people for helping me get to this point. Of course, my co-sponsor, I want to thank the city manager for sitting down with me and hashing this out. I want to thank the fire chief, and I want to thank the members of Local 753 as well for coming to the table so we can move forward on this important item.
Thank you very much. We'll go to public comment. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to comment on item 4C?
There's no public comment.
We'll bring it back to the council. Any council members wish to address this? Let me know. Raise your hand, or screen is clear. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Aye.
Council Vice President Caprielio,
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes.
President Arias, are you up to speed on the agenda, or I can?
Yeah, just walk me through what items are we on next?
Well, we're going to go to our comment by our colleagues that was just mentioned, and then items 4B and 4D are, as I see it, all that's left on the agenda.
I believe we're also supposed to discuss 1S as in Sam.
1S was pulled from the consent calendar. Thank you. I can continue.
I'll take over, Council Vice President. Thank you for filling in.
You're welcome. It was I brought back good memories. And we moved it along. We're going to be done before 12.
Zoom is not difficult. It's not the enemy. You just got to embrace it. All right, Council. With that, let's go to comments from the Council. I know there's some outstanding comments that wanted to be made, so we'll turn it over to Councilwoman Soria. After that, we'll go to item 1S under consent.
Councilmember Carbasi wanted to speak after Councilmember Soria.
Thank you.
I just wanted to thank you, Council President. I just wanted to ask the city manager, because I did see some of the, I think the news story that was posted on the auditor. So I wanted to follow up and see if there was some follow up to why the process happened the way that it did. And can this council, can you guys come back and give a presentation in terms of what is the process? I think that we need to be consistent, and we need to, as a community, we need to be transparent about what is happening. So I don't know if there was more details than what was shared out in the press, but from your guys' perspective, I just want to get an update on where we're at with the auditor and what happened.
I would ask the city attorney, Doug, given the pending litigation surrounding the comment, is this something that we should save for a future closed session?
Well, any details of the matter specific to the matter could be discussed in closed session. As far as process, I mean, we could discuss that in open session.
Yeah, and I want to point out though, in 2017, when the independent police auditor resolution went to council, it was an annual report that the Office of Independent Review was supposed to produce. But when John Gliotta came on board, he demanded that a quarterly report be produced for just the sake of keeping the public engaged. I will say that John works very independently from my office and the police department. His office isn't even in either of our buildings. And so John has been very clear about, even in the last report, I don't want to get into specifics because of the litigation, but I do welcome the opportunity for John to come and speak with you all. I know that he has reached out to many of your offices. We can do a workshop about the process of his review of cases in PD and what's included in his quarterly report. We're happy to do that. And maybe that will answer your questions moving forward. And in the meantime, we can meet with you individually with Doug in the room as well.
Well, I think for purpose of the public, I think that it's important that people understand what is the process and the role. So I think that kind of in light of all the circumstances, that we do have a workshop and you guys present, you know, what is the role, what's the process, who makes those decisions, you know, because I think from the comments that I made, he made the unilateral decision to not disclose, even though he had finalized certain things because of what his impression was. And so I don't know if that's the best way to go about this. And I think that there's value in the council having a discussion if that process needs to be modified when it comes to releasing information. The last thing that I want to do is continue to perpetuate the conversation that we are eroding trust with our police department, given the context of what is happening nationally, and then the impacts of what has occurred in the past for our police department. So I think that it's incumbent upon us that if we feel strongly about building trust in our community and addressing those challenges head on, that we're fully transparent with the public.
I want to be clear about a couple things, and we're happy to do a workshop. I'll get that scheduled for the next meeting sometime in October. But I want to be clear about something. John has the full support of my office. He has been nothing but honest and full of integrity since day one. I watched his response to the police department or to the Reform Commission last week, and his answer could not have been more honest about why he is waiting till October to release the findings, his findings of that in particular case. And so that to me is the epitome of integrity. He could not have been more honest about that decision. And we will have a workshop. We'll go over his whole process. He will be very happy to do so. And I'll work and get something scheduled for October.
And I appreciate that, city manager. However, I appreciate that he was honest and that he was upfront, but had there been no commission, we wouldn't have known. And the only reason that came to light was because
that's actually not true. And John can speak to that. And his last report actually showed that information about that particular case and that it was closed. And his report in October will give more details. And hopefully maybe we can time his workshop with the release of his next report. And I know that it has the last quarter report that was issued in July, and I'm happy to meet with him in the meantime to go over that.
So city manager, if you would allow me, who does the auditor report to?
He reports to me in a very independent capacity. I do not direct him.
So he reports to you, but you have no responsibility over his actions?
He is, Doug, do you have the resolution about the role of the independent auditor handy? So I don't have that in front of me. But I meet with John and he updates me on all of his community meetings and his reports, but he does not get any direction from my office. It is truly the definition of independent.
Okay.
And it should be. He should not be directed by me or the police chief.
My other question is, do you know, since he updates you and he reports to you, do you know why he's choosing mid-October to release the report since he's been sitting on it for months now? Why can't he release it today?
It's in his next quarter report. October is when his next report is due out.
So is there anything that keeps him from releasing it today?
He does a quarterly report. This is the October quarterly report that's being released. He's packaging it with that like it would be inconsistent if he did anything different.
Well, he's already done something different, which is sit on a report for 4 months. So my question is, people want to see the report. Is there anything legally or at your direction that keeps him from releasing that report today versus mid-October?
So can we direct staff to release the report if we know it's out there?
Before we get to direction, I just want to know from the folks who supervise the auditor or from our legal counsel, whether there's anything that keeps him from releasing the report before mid-October.
Council, first of all, this is not an item on the agenda, so we're limited to what we can do here. Second of all, the manager directs the independent auditor, but that's in a sort of a procedural capacity. She should not be directing substantively what he says, but she can direct him, do your job. She is his boss. Okay. But she would not be directing, say this or don't say this.
Understood.
I understand.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a comment on another issue, but on this issue, this is an extremely serious issue. I think there's a lot of good questions. We had, Matthew called, and I appreciate the comments people have made. I think we have to get clarification before we start going public about our interpretation of things. I think we as a council, and I would encourage the city manager to let the council, if we can do it in a closed session, as representatives of the people, meet directly and ask those questions so we can be better informed. Because the last thing we want, we have this great independent police auditor position that was created, and it was a fight to get there. We want to make sure we don't erode the integrity of that role. And I don't recall this situation happening before. This is a learning experience, but we also have to ensure if policies weren't followed, that we correct those policies so it doesn't happen again. That's my request.
All right.
Council President, can I just add to Councilmember Carbasi's comments? I think that he's right. Not just the council, but I think the public also. So a refresher in terms of, then the city manager has agreed that to come on to have a workshop so people know exactly what are the expectations, and that we do review what are the policies and protocols, because if something wasn't followed, then we should rectify.
Fair enough. All right, it looks like we've gotten the tone of everybody's comments. We will put Councilmember Bredefield, you have the floor.
Yeah, a couple of things. At the comments that were expressed by some folks, our police chief was maligned. I mean, he was called a racist, and I happen to personally know Chief Hall, and he's the furthest thing from a racist. And I know it's in vogue to people you disagree with, you call a racist. I often tell people, half joking, that I spent over 35 years working as a clinical psychologist in this community. Have what I think has always been very respected in the private sector as well as at the VA hospitals. I've been an honor to work with veterans and always was respected. And then I entered the arena and I found out that I'm a racist, a white supremacist, and a death merchant. Who knew? I didn't know. But that's what happens when you enter the political arena. You get called names when people disagree with you. And I take exception. I mean, I've got strong shoulders. I've gotten used to it. But I take great exception when they call somebody like Chief Hall a racist, who's the furthest thing from it. He spent his life defending people in this community and supporting them and protecting them. And so I think it's a disgrace when people do that because they disagree or they don't like phraseology in a press release. So I think it's frankly disgusting and a disgrace. As far as this thing that happened with Mr. Gliada. I also want to say that, that he is also a man of integrity. I think he probably made a mistake in not releasing something that should have been released. I think things should always be released. I understand he was concerned, but those things ought to be released. But I don't think we should, again, attack and malign people simply because we disagree with them. I am in support of trying to release whatever report is there and doing it expeditiously. I think we should do it quickly. I don't think we need to wait for the next newsletter or release or his quarterly report. So I do support that, again, because I believe in transparency and I think the public always has a right to know. But Mr. Gliada is a tremendous man of integrity, and I take exception when people attack his character as well.
Thank you, Councilman Butterfield. Councilmember Carbasi.
Council
I
President.
can quickly make a comment before you comment, City Manager, that's okay on this matter, because I think maybe it'll, okay.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. I had another comment that I wanted to finish up. Talking separately now about the statement of the police chief, I did want to mention something. This is a very different era in our country. I know it's an election year. It's an era of cancel culture. And even like, I tend to be very careful watching the news today because everything is so negative, it influences me. And I end up speaking without listening. And this is a lesson for myself. And one thing my mom always told me is God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. And I need to learn to listen. I listened to the statements of the people that called in, and I just want to share some of my experiences. I've been very fortunate to be a council member. I've gotten to know people. When I look at someone, especially in someone like my colleagues or someone in a position where they can actually help people, I don't look at the color of their skin. I look at what's in their heart. Now, I've read this statement several times by the police chief, and I try to understand how someone else may interpret it. And I know that we all have our own feelings about this issue. I'm very angry at what happened to Breonna Taylor. And I'll tell you what, I know Chief Hall's very angry about that too, because I've talked to him about it. And what I will tell you is that when reading this statement, you can pick and choose something that you want to use and say, well, this person's bad because of that statement, but that doesn't mean that's what they actually meant when they wrote it. So I'm going to read the very last sentence, because for me, this is a call to action and a reminder for our police officers, because our police officers, and we have white police officers, Latino police officers, Black police officers, Asian police, not that it should matter, but we have a growing, more diverse police force. But when we had the George Floyd protest because of the murder of George Floyd, they were out there making sure people were safe. We were worried about other protesters from the other side coming in and clashing, and they didn't want any of that. They wanted people to exercise their rights. And the other aspect is our chaplaincy went out and actually fed protesters to make sure they were fed safe and hydrated, because it was, it was because of the timing. So I'm going to read the last sentence. And this goes to the point of community policing, which is the future for this community. We need to get out of our cars and engage with our community. Treat everyone with dignity and respect. Let them know that we are still here to serve and will never abandon them. We are Fresno, and this is our family. So that to me is the crux of his message. That was his intent. And I thank him for that intent, because we have to move forward to that model. And I know what's in the heart of our police chief. I've said many times before, he's very duty bound. He's also approachable. If I know that he does listen when he hears things, and he is meeting with the community. So I appreciate the people calling in, letting us know as your representatives how you feel. Thank God in our community, we aren't like other communities, but I know this council is very committed to ensuring this city doesn't fall, and that this city provides justice for all, and provides safety for all. So thank you.
City Manager, would you like to say anything before we move on?
Just going to say that I will work with John and do a workshop on either October 15th or the 22nd, and I'm learning that his actual report for that particular case is not finished. And so I'll update you all as soon as I know what that looks like. But there is a process. There is a process that we follow where the report does get legal review as well. So
City Manager, let's plan for the workshop on the 15th, and let's also be crystal clear about what the report being complete is, because it seems to me that there's quite a bit of mixed messaging. So the video I saw, completed, it was complete months ago. So let's just make sure that when we get to the workshop and that the auditor is crystal clear about when the report was completed and when it'll be released. Thank you. Councilmember Butterfield?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Just one final thing, you know, in our community, we've had 38, I believe it's 38 murders to date. We are far surpassing what occurred last year. All across our city, people are being killed. We hear about gunfire every day. I understand there's been an 80% increase in shootings since April, a 70% increase in stabbings. And I think this is really what we need to be also focused on. Our police are the ones out there on the front lines having to deal with this. I mean, there is gunfire all over the place. And we need to make our citizens safe. We need to continue to give the police the resources to deal with this. We're a city that's having a lot of problems, and we're not the only city. I mean, I think a lot of it is when you release 20,000 criminals and you have no bail policies, and the police will tell you that. I mean, they've arrested people for attempted murder and they've been out within 5 hours. You can't have a safe city that way. And so we rely on our police to make us safe, and we all know that. And I'm grateful to them, and I'm grateful to leaders in our community leaders all over who are trying to deal with this now in Southwest, Southeast Fresno, actually throughout the entire city. They're doing a tough work because it can't be just the police who help make us safe. From our pastors to our other community leaders who are fighting to keep all of us safe. So I think we need to keep that in mind, that we have some serious, very serious problems facing our city. And we have to deal with those as well. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll go to Councilmember Chavez for a final word on the item.
Yeah, thank you, President. Just wanted to briefly comment on this. I appreciate the conversation. I too agree. I think I'm looking forward to that October 15th workshop so that we can get more clarity and really specifics on what this process will look like going forward for when reports are released. If that's the will of the council, then maybe we do them monthly, maybe we do them quarterly. I'm open to that conversation. But I spoke to the chief yesterday, and I spoke to him because I had to make a statement with regards to the merchants on the Kings Canyon Ventura corridor. As we know, those are the majority of them are Latino small business owners. They've been hit with so many burglaries these past couple of months, to the point where you have COVID situation. They're struggling with the shutdown. They've had to lay off employees, cut back on hours, and now we have criminals taking advantage of the situation and burglarizing these facilities. And I say that as an example because I actually checked some of the stats, and that's why I called Chief Hall. There have been 600 criminals released back into our city since April. And that's something that we have to reconcile as a city. More importantly, the conversation that we're going to have is, what do we expect from our police officers? Do we want them to be proactive and go out there, or do we want them to wait for calls for service? That's going to be a very robust and I anticipate controversial conversation. But let's keep in mind that, you know, and part of this problem has been the false promise of Prop 47 and 57, if we're being honest, where the rehabilitation part of this conversation never happened. And that's a failure on the state's part, right? Where they sold us a bag of goods and then did not deliver on the resources. And so now we're left with the local level having to come up with solutions on what our law enforcement is going to look like. I too support transparency, and I support the conversation that we're about to have. But let's keep focused on what the big issue is here. And that is the fact that we're in the middle of a crime wave. And that is not a term that I use loosely because that's how it's being described here in our city. And we need to really step up and prioritize public safety. That's a conversation to be had, but I'm looking forward to that conversation.
Thank you, council member. And with that, let's stay focused on what's on the agenda. I think we've pushed the bounds of the Brown Act and getting a little off topic. So as Council Vice President would say, let's get back to business and stay in our lanes. So with that, let's stick to the items as identified. We'll go with 1S, the item that was pulled from consent for further discussion. It's a 5-year agreement with CENCAL on a revolving loan fund. Member Carbasi, before I go to you, I'd like staff to present the item. So we'll turn it over to staff and I think Director Room 2125. If you can present the item to the council.
Good morning, council members, council president, Kelly Trevino with the Economic Development team. I am here to answer any questions that you have. As you stated, this is in regards to our current 5-year agreement contract with CENCAL Business Finance Group. So last year we brought to you the agreement with CENCAL. You approved it. It was signed last year in November. So we have another 4+ years left on that current agreement. So this action that's before you right now is just to amend that agreement to include this CARES Act revolving loan fund. So we were invited, due to our A+ rating with the EDA and our current good standing with our current revolving loan fund, we were invited by the EDA to apply for a non-competitive grant, a revolving loan fund grant. This is CARES Act money that can only be used for this revolving loan fund. We applied, we were successful, and now we need to, we would like to amend our agreement with CENCAL to also administer this grant, this revolving loan fund grant. And I'm here to answer any questions that you have, but again, this does not extend their current agreement. There are still 4 years left of that agreement, and this will not change the term, the length of that agreement.
I'll make a motion to approve, Council President.
Second. There's motion. Questions from the council? Councilwoman, sorry, you have the floor.
Just have a couple questions. One, so this is the only group that could essentially disperse the funds? Is that what you're saying, that that's what the grant said?
That was in our application. We proposed to have them also administer this grant. Due to the unusual and compelling urgency of the funds, we have 24 months to get all of the funds loaned out. They are already set up for this so that they can get started right away. They already have about 5 prospects in the queue that are interested in the funding. So we're excited to have them and hope to have them get started right away in getting this funding out. We will lose any funding that does not get loaned out within 24 months.
What kind of businesses are we looking at in terms of the businesses that are covered under the grant?
Oh, it's
what are the amounts? And you said there's 5 prospect businesses. Can you share with us?
Yes.
Who are the prospective businesses?
So it must be a business within the city of Fresno. It must be a business that is having difficulty obtaining other funding, and they have to show a nexus that they have experienced hardship due to COVID, and that they're going to use the funds to respond to the crisis in some way and to further grow their business and stay viable in this new COVID environment that we're in. There are 4 that I'm aware of. I know there were 5, but 4 that I'm aware of that businesses that were interested and possibly eligible for this funding. A counseling business, a dry cleaner, a Southeast Fresno daycare center, and a West Fresno clinic that have expressed interest and would be potentially eligible for this.
Are nonprofits also eligible?
No, they are not.
So they're all just business. Okay. And how are they going to make sure that our Spanish-speaking Hmong type of businesses also have the ability to get these loans, excuse me?
Right. So CENCAL is going to be partnering with a number of our community organizations. They're actually going to be developing a not a finder's fee, but a referral fee. So they will meet with the different community organizations, let them know that there will be a referral fee offered. So if a referral from one of those organizations results in a closed loan, they will be able to obtain that referral fee. So it will help them to get the word out as well.
What is the rate that they're going to be able to loan out?
Prime plus 2%. So we're trying to make this as attractive as possible. And we're waiving the loan fees as well for the businesses.
How long will it have to be before the business has to pay back the loan?
It depends on the type of loan. No more than 20 years if it's a real estate loan, but typically 3 to 5 or up to 7 years for the full amortization of the loan.
For this particular loan though, this COVID, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are all my questions for now.
Thank you, council. I do have a few questions myself. What is the current prime rate right now?
I believe it's 3.25%.
About 3%. So the additional 2%, who set that rate? Is that the granting entity or is that the organization?
We set that rate with CenCal. Our current revolving loan fund starts at 2.5%, prime plus 2.5%, and goes up depending on the size of the loan. So a larger loan qualifies for a lower percentage. But with the CARES Act revolving loan fund, we're setting it at a fixed prime plus 2 to make it more attractive.
Why don't, since this is CARES Act money and it's supposed to be going out and people have to demonstrate that they were impacted, why are we adding an additional 2% to the prime?
I mean, you know, that's up for discussion. The goal is to create this revolving loan fund. So as the money's paid back, we have a larger pool of funds to make available to businesses.
Yeah, I understand that. And I understand that in our traditional loan, we do that intentionally to have money to give out in the next 5 years. But CARES Act is different. CARES Act is supposed to get out immediately. Is not supposed to generate us interest or generate CenCal interest or generate anybody interest. It's supposed to help businesses. So from my perspective, I'd rather we go and not add an additional 2%, interest rate on these businesses that are already struggling to get by. So I'd be supportive of the item if the makers of the motion will simply set the rate at the prime and not add the additional 2% interest rate for businesses.
I would agree with you. I think given the time and the moment, I think it's an opportunity for folks to get lower interest loans that are struggling. I don't think that if it's not required, we shouldn't require an additional 2%. I think that is fair given the circumstances. So.
And we're willing to take that back to the EDA, and as long as they don't have a problem with it, that's at your will.
And then also, what about the types of businesses that can be prioritized? Is there a strategy, or is it just point blank whoever they get to decide?
Well, like I said, it's not, nonprofit businesses are not eligible, but other than that, we want to get this money out, the money fully out within 2 years. So it's anyone that's eligible and can demonstrate that they have been negatively impacted by COVID and are going to use the money to help to survive in this environment.
So Councilwoman, if you're okay, I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to remove the additional 2% interest rate if the granting authority agrees to that, the funding authority. Councilmember Carbasi?
You said if they agree to it. I want to fully understand. I want to help people. We you and I, yourself and Councilman Soria, we did the small business grant program. But I want to understand if there is no income coming in so that we can have that pot and provide for other businesses, what happens there?
Well, in this case, Mike, this organization already gets a pot of money from us every year. That they loan out and they get interest, and that pot continues to grow and fund itself, right? This just is an additional pot of money from CARES Act. So I don't think we should be making money off the CARES Act. I think we should just put it out at the cheapest rate possible. especially if the funding entity agrees to that. So if you recall, in most of our discussions around small business relief, the federal government has said, you have to put it in the form of a grant. You have to not make it difficult, don't put conditions, put it out. So I just like to give people an additional, break. If there's no need for it, why charge them an additional 2%? We already have a revolving fund with them. And at any time, this council can say, take one-time money and put more money into that revolving fund.
Got it. So we'll check with legal to make sure it's kosher. And then of course your motion was.
My motion is simply.
It's contingent upon their.
Yes, amend the item to approve it at the prime rate only, contingent on the funding entity authorizing it.
So what if they say they don't want to do it? That's the thing. Like, I think that if it's not required, we should say this should be the rate.
The funding agency is not CENCAL, but the federal government who's giving us the money.
But so it was just told to us though that we can do it, that's just being added because that was their agreement.
They just indicated that they wanted to confirm with EDA that that's possible.
Okay.
So my attempt is very simple. If the EDA, which is the federal government, doesn't require the additional 2%, then we should not add the additional 2% to grantees and move on with that. So that's my amendment, to approve the item contingent on not charging the additional 2% if the funding entity, EDA in this case, approves of that.
Council President, I'll accept that amendment.
Thank you. Mike, are you good with that as the second maker of the motion?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Roll call.
Let me go to public comment on the item. Anybody in the public wishing to comment on this revolving loan fund opportunity for small businesses? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. If there's no other comments, we'll go to roll call.
Excuse me, Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Krbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Vice President Caprielio,
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, council, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. That'll be 4B as in boy, a bill for introduction, adoption, adopting as an emergency order. A business is essential to local economy.
Actually, Council President, I'm sorry, the custom agenda is incorrect. 4B on the regular agenda is the PBID item.
Oh. Okay, so what item are we on then? Since
4B is resolution authorizing and directing the city manager to conduct a competitive solicitation process for a consultant to explore a property-based improvement district for Central and Southern Blackstone Avenue, and that is subject to veto.
Yeah, Council President, that's my item. So the outstanding items are 4B and 4D. So I'll go ahead and proceed with 4B, which is the PBID item. This is just another one of our efforts on Blackstone and our redevelopment efforts, property-based business improvement district. So we allocated some dollars in the budget this summer in order to explore what a PBID would look like on Blackstone to conduct outreach. And so this is just initiating that process and having the administration take the appropriate steps to find the consultants and get the project going. So I do want to make a motion to approve with one amendment, really just to be more specific. The language indicates that it's the central southern part of Blackstone. What I want to be clear on is that we're looking at the portion of Blackstone that is targeted in the southern Blackstone mobility strategy. So roughly from Dakota down through the 180, that portion of Blackstone.
I'll second that.
All right, let me go out to public. Is there any member of the public wishing to address the item on the correct 4B, which is authorizing the directing the city manager to conduct a competitive solicitation process? I will go out to the public. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the council. We'll go to roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Krbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Vice President Caprielio,
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes. The next item is 4D as in David. It is a resolution declaring that all residents of the city of Fresno have been detrimentally impacted by COVID-19 pandemic. Council, this is a recommendation by our legal counsel, our mayor, and our council committee on COVID. Essentially, by authorizing this resolution, we make it easier when there's food distribution events taking place that we don't have to get a affidavit that every single person is, impacted by COVID. So it makes the distribution of our food relief efforts easier for residents who are lining up and trying to get some food and resources from the city. Let me take it. Do I have a motion to approve the item?
Motion to approve. I do have a question for it though.
Sure. Motion by Member Chavez, second by Member Soria. Let me go to the public for a moment. Anybody in the public wishing to address this item? Doesn't look like we have any today.
Brandy's hand up.
Oh, there we go. Brandy, you are allowed to address the council on this item.
Very briefly, I just want to thank you again for every effort that you guys are making to provide resources for our community during this time. And thank you very much for that, as well as all the other items today that have been done in support of our community. Thank you.
Great. We'll bring it back to council. Councilmember Chavez, you have the floor.
Yeah, this is just a question for Doug. And obviously, we know that the pandemic has hit, the majority of the city and procedurally we're working on this, but there is the concern that there are people that have not been directly affected by COVID would want to use this clause to take advantage of resources or forbearance. So Doug, with the language that we have here, does that ensure that people that have not been affected by COVID don't invoke this and take advantage of this? I sent you some language that I had shut over, I think to you and Katie. Would that be appropriate to include to clarify that, or does that do it for this ordinance?
Well, even without clarification, I would say that, people would still need to comply with the terms of any specific grant or program that we have. In other words, this does not open up every program to anybody without the qualification required for that specific program.
All right, so that language that we included for the CARES Act funding in Section 3, would that be appropriate, or are you comfortable with this language that we currently have in place? So that, and here's the example I want to give, the person making $150,000 that refuses to pay their rent or utility cannot invoke this clause because obviously they haven't been affected.
No, we would not need to change it for that to be the case.
Okay.
In other words, this does not open up every program for everybody. This is more general.
Got it. I just wanted to get that on the record and make sure that we're good on that.
Correct.
All right, council. With that, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria? She's muted.
Sorry, yes.
Okay, thanks. Vice President Capriolio
Yes.
and President Arias.
Yes. All right, council. It looks like we're done with our agenda for this morning. We will go into lunch break. I'll see you back at 1 o'clock for the 1 o'clock item. After that item, we'll reconvene for closed session.
Council President, if I may, I have a 1 o'clock medical appointment for my $17,000 new college shot to keep me breathing. So I don't think I'll be here at that time. And then I have a 3:30 appointment to excise a little bit of cancer off my back. So I might not be able to get back here this afternoon.
That's fair. Thank you for being here in person today.
Well, I appreciate it. And I think that was the fastest meeting on record. For the
Yes. We credit our council vice president for the quick meeting. And I do thank you guys for allowing me to take a break today. We did do the groundbreaking for the, Kingdom of Asia, which is going to be an amazing addition to the Fresno Chaffee Zoo. So thank you for allowing me that break. And Council Vice President.
If you want to take a break next meeting, let me know.
Okay.
Or the meeting after that.
All right. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock, and we'll see you next time, Council Vice President. Good luck with your medical appointments.
I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Paul, good luck, Paul.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Council President, are you going to go into closed session? Or are you going to do the 1 o'clock first?
We're gonna do the 1 o'clock first and then proceed to closed session at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Brianna, for the 1 o'clock, I'm gonna run the PowerPoint from my computer, so I'll just share my screen when we get to that point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, Miguel, it's Gavin. Are you guys planning on coming back after closed session, or can I end the meeting when you guys go to closed session?
We'll end the meeting.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miguel, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you, Councilmember. Hey, Doug. We're gonna reconsider the 1020 item. Can you, Aldi, city manager, can you just have staff prepared to address the 1020 item?
Okay. Somebody on the prevailing side would need to make a motion.
Correct.
Get a second and pass to reconsider it.
Thank you.
1020. The JPA item?
Yes.
Are we live right now?
Yes.
Okay.
We're just gonna wait for council members to pop up and then we'll begin with the meeting. So council, if you can just show me your visual faces, your video, that would be great. Councilwoman Soria. City manager, we're gonna do the 1 o'clock item and then we'll come back for the reconsideration at 10 of the 1020 item. So you have some additional time for staff to be present.
That's what we're trying to get right now.
Perfect.
Thank you.
we'll buy you some time. So I'm just gonna see if Councilmember Esparza can chime in so we can get going. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chavez, I think you're in and out on your video. So we're gonna go ahead and proceed with the item. The next item is the 1 o'clock item. And I will go ahead and share my screen really quick so we can start that process. 1 second here.
And Council President, just a reminder, this is for introduction today,
Yes.
right? We're taking a vote.
Yeah. So let me just get here really quick. So as a reminder for the public, the City Council initiated the process of this item approximately a year ago. Today is an introduction of the item. It will be heard for consideration of approval on October 15th. We are simply going to hear the item today. There will be no vote on the item, and we will also take some public comments on this item. As a quick reminder for everyone, in 2019, we conducted a pilot inspection program of ABC license holders, and we identified a lot of violations, either because people didn't know what their CUPs outlined, or they were not following their CUPs. As you know, we've gotten to a point of significant saturation, so I'll try to go through this quickly to not delay the rest of the meeting. But there's a long history of how we got here, everything from the grandfathering of all the CUPs in 1993 when Mayor Patterson was here, and we had a different group of folks in the planning department, as well as several approvals that took place after that period of time. It's been very clear and national news that we have significant licenses and saturation in the city. We also have a significant amount of DUIs in the city. In 2012, our youth in the city started to advocate for a difference in policy, led by the Youth Leadership Institute, which joins us as a public speaker today. We also got advocacy from the association that represent convenience stores as well and gas stations in 2013. And the city did take some initial action in 2016 with some limitations on signage for storefronts of those having ABC licenses. And of course, they've made some attempts to try and get their hands around this effort that had failed in the past. And since then, we have been engaged in a couple of lawsuits as a result of utilizing the public convenience provision for adding additional licenses in already saturated areas. So it's been a long journey. This again just reminds us that in April of last year, the council did initiate the process to initiate this work in a unanimous vote. This is the evidence of the highest concentration of alcohol licenses in the state of California. As you can see, the state identifies a percentage of one license for every 2,500 residents. It's no secret that in some of our neighborhoods, we have one license for every 300 residents. So the saturation has been taking place for years, and they all, of course, result in a lot of calls for service from our public safety resources. The Youth Leadership Institute has done their part in doing the research, surveying, talking to residents, and advocating for changes in policy. So I do want to give them a shout out. They've done a really good job of staying focused. Whether young people come in and out of the program, they have continued to carry this flag on asking for reforms that improve our neighborhoods. The overall goal of this policy that's being just introduced today for a hearing is to improve the neighborhood quality of life while supporting the small businesses that have been operating with the licenses that have been given in the past. So I want to be really clear that we are trying to ensure that we set a citywide policy that leads to a decrease in saturation over time versus the heavy hand of government, as my colleague would say, that results in shutting down businesses overnight. So for existing businesses, this would not result in any difference of their current operation. They would continue to operate as is. Does not require them to apply for a new conditional use permit. It also does not, that 1,000-foot buffer does not apply to them, because if you could imagine, if you've had a store in the same location for 20 years and the city asks you to move it 500 feet somewhere else, it would result in a huge devastation to your business. It does have every business in the city participate in the city inspection program that we are co-developing with the association. For new businesses, it allows for new licenses to continue in the city while ensuring that new businesses and development help us reduce saturation over time by buying additional licenses in saturated areas and retiring those licenses. It does set a 5% signage limit for all businesses, new and existing. It also provides a 1,000-foot buffer from sensitive locations in saturated areas. And then, of course, new businesses would also participate in the city inspection program that's designed to be proactive and educational, so everybody knows what are the ever-changing rules at the state and local level, so their businesses continue to be in compliance. As a result of this work, we also recommended the establishment of the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act Committee. Their goal is going to be to review the implementation of this act, advise us on any changes, evaluate the citywide ratio of alcohol licenses to ensure that if we are making significant strides, we make adjustments to the policy and not just wait for it to occur. So the resolution that is included in your backup material requires that this committee, 6 months prior to the city reaching the ratio of the state average, come back with recommended revisions to the act to ensure that there's enough time to put those changes in place. As you know, it takes quite a bit of time to get through the city process. The membership of the committee would be 4 members of the public appointed by council members in saturated areas, 3 members appointed by the association, 1 member appointed by the mayor, and then 1 member appointed by a youth organization. In this case, Youth Leadership Institute is our partner organization. So this membership, this committee would be advising us on the implementation. Also, this committee would get referrals of any business that was identified for violations. That business would be referred to this committee for advice before the city takes any disciplinary or revocation procedures. So we're trying to make sure we have the right system in place to educate, inform, and support small businesses before they get to the point of having to deal with a city fine or consequences that could be as severe as a revocation of a CUP. With that, the last time that we were before you, in April of 2019, we committed to completing the environmental review. That was done. Developing the inspection program, which we have started that process with the association. It's gone through every district implementation committee with no opposition from the committees. It's gone to the County Airport Land Use Commission and the City Planning Commission. Both entities supported and approved this act as drafted. And now we're back to you for a hearing. I wanted to also be very clear about the non-substantial revisions that we've made since it's been heard through all these committees. As you can imagine, once we publish the final document through the Planning Commission, we get a lot of additional feedback, and we try to incorporate as much feedback and provide clarity and identify things that we didn't think about a year ago when we started this process. The market, COVID, a lot of things have shifted. So we did add some additional clarifications. These are the sections. We added some references of exemptions listed on section D2. We also are allowing the establishments that expand their floor area for non-alcohol related retail to retain their existing CUP. So I want to spend a moment just on that. What we're trying to do is ensure that a current business who wants to expand their business but doesn't want to expand the area of alcohol sales can do so, because we want that reinvestment back into the area without having to go through the process of buying additional licenses or having to update their CUP or amended. We also included some restrictions around some language clarifying that if you're an establishment near a trail system that's not adjacent to public parks, then that's not a sensitive use. So we wanted to clear that up for some of our new development areas. We also included some language around the 500-foot distance between establishments. If you're not in a saturated area of the city, then the 500-foot limit would apply. The 1,000-foot limit applies if you are in a saturated area, because we want to make sure that we're not continuing to oversaturate the areas that are very saturated already. Additionally, we put in some language to clarify that if you're an operating business in good standing and you are switching ownership of the business or transferring the license from a franchisee, that you wouldn't have to go through the process of buying additional licenses. Because again, we want to make sure that we're cognitive of the existing businesses and allowing them to improve. We also added some language to ensure that if you're making improvements to your business, for example, if you're a gas station and you're replacing your canopy, if you're replacing windows, you're making improvements to your building, that this process wouldn't apply to you because we want that reinvestment back into the area. We also added some additional language around 4-packs to 3-packs. So these are all the changes. Again, they are non-substantial revisions, but they do strengthen the act and they provide us the clarification that a lot of our stakeholders have been asking for. So just again to the council, our next step is to, now that we've completed the year process, now that we've gotten feedback from a lot of stakeholders, we're hearing it today. Our intent is to take the next step and consider adoption on October 15th. Between now and October 15th, we're going to continue to obtain feedback from stakeholders and strengthen the policy and make whatever adjustments we feel would be in the best interest of the city and of all the stakeholders that we interact with. So with that, council, if I may, I'm going to unshare my screen now so that I can go to public comment before we bring it back to the council. And again, this is an item that does not require a vote at this time, as it is simply an introduction. Let me go to the first speaker, Andy. You are being unmuted. You can address the council on this item.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. I hope everybody's safe down there in the city during these COVID time. I want to make a few comments down here. We were very pleased to work with the council members, Mr. Arias and Nelson's and Luis Chavi's office. Worked over almost a year on this one. There were a lot of different things could have hurt a lot of small businesses. We do appreciate them bringing us on the table and taking our input. There are a lot of corrections made to this one. We came to the city 7-8 years back about we were being the drunkest city in the entire nation. We came again the next year and we were asking city council at that time to make some strong measures to clean our image and how our next generations are coming up. We are business people. We looked at the city interests. We gave our input looking at both sides. I do believe that some of these things in 3 to 4 years time, the oversaturation, it could bring that issue back to close, and the city could go back and start doing business as other cities are doing it. 8-9 years back, when we were coming down and restricting and asking people having 4 liquor stores at one corner, 4 gas stations at 4 corners, is not going to help anybody. There were plenty of other choices down there, but city had adopted whatever they did, and we can't go back and change it. But I do appreciate that when lawmakers and legislators bring people on table, and especially the people in the businesses and people who are going to be impacted by their decision, I do appreciate and I do welcome all of you guys to add those people back on to the table to take their inputs and then do the best, what is the best for the city. We are not expert of what city needs to do. We are an expert of our industry and how to solve the problems of the city. With a bunch of these changes, we are supporting it as whatever it takes from our side. And city council, as a council members and team, you guys would have to do whatever other languages you would have to make sure to protect any other business or to protect the city.
Thank you, Andy. And thank you for your year-long effort and all the meetings that we've had to engage in over the last year. and all your members. I know prior to COVID, there was 8-10 of us in the same room for hours and hours going through every potential challenge that we saw. And you guys have continued to be at the forefront of putting the city's best interest at hand. With that, let me go to the next speaker, George Beal. George, I think you're muted now. You have the floor. George, can you hear us?
Mr. President, members of the City Council, I'm George Beal. My address is 1175 Shaw Avenue, City of Clovis. I'd like to address a couple of items on the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act. And after listening to Mr. Arias' opening statement, some of the items may be on there already that he has addressed. But let me just go through it. One thing I'm a big fan of is enforce the codes and rules and regulations that are on the books. I think everybody tries to do something new and they've already have the tools to do it. All of the items the city is trying to change and enforce is defined in the California Business and Professional Code and in existing and new ordinances. Speaking with ABC, they will only enforce the state law. That's required by the ABC regulations. The state has rules to govern how many licenses for selling beer, wine, and distilled liquors can be granted in a community. A formula that's in the state's business professional code says the number should be 1 for every 1,250 residents. In the Fresno, that would be like 416 also licenses. Fresno, however, has 468, 52 more than specific by formula of the law. As of 2016, to serve 522 residents. I took that out of what I printed off from the city. I know things have changed since 2016. The residents probably increased and the licenses probably increased, but we should leave the distances for parks, schools, and that type of item, the 500 feet between for the type 20 and 20 licenses. And the council member said that it's only in saturated saturated areas now, or saturated census tracts, but that really is all of Fresno in most cases. It should be determined what census tracts exceed the number of licenses allowed and put a plan together to reduce the licenses in those census tracts. And I think, you know, rather than paint the city with the whole brush, with a big brush, I think that would be one approach. Break it down into smaller, project, and we can deal with that. If a person wants to build a new facility, needs a type 2021 license, and the census tract exceeds the allowable number of licenses, they should be able to buy another license, a license from a census tract that's made up of that council person's district if the council person agrees. If there's 15 census tracts or 20 census tracts, that license, instead of limiting it to a census tract, which is really pretty tough to buy a license in a census tract, it's not about the money in many cases. It's that.
Thank you, Mr. Beal. You want to conclude your comments?
Livelihood. And if he gets $250,000 for a license, and the guy's making $70,000 a year out of his business, why would he want to sell? And that, I think that would open it up and help existing business owners to, or expansion. This would help reduce licenses within a council person's district.
Thank you, Mr. Beal.
Business has become a very highly regulated business. People that have been in the business for many years still try to operate the same way they did 25 years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Beal. Thank you for your comments. The next person is Serge. Serge, you are being unmuted. You have the floor.
I'd like to thank everybody here for working with us. We've been going to the city for a very long time to talk about the proliferation of liquor and beer and wine, especially in southern Fresno, where in some corners you have 4 stores, sometimes more in one corner, and that's not healthy for the city. We were the drunkest city for many years. We're still in the top 10, and we started this process to clean up the city, to make it less drunk, to make beers that are cheaper than water. We can buy beer at 89 cents. We cannot buy a bottle of water for 89 cents today. And we said enough is enough. We as business people, we came to the city and we approached you for years now. And we said, we need to fix this. And I think we didn't get everything we want. This bill is very fair. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for taking consideration a lot of our concerns and fears. But I think this is a very fair bill, and we would like to proceed with it.
Thank you, sir. The next person is Raj. Raj, you are being unmuted. You have the floor.
Hey, thank you, Council Member. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. There's two things that I wanted to speak about. One thing is implementing this in next couple of months. I would suggest that, or I would request that it should be delayed a little bit, because the person like me, we made our investments thinking of that this is not coming as quickly as it did. And one thing is that implementing it a little bit further down and do not impact what's already in the filing with the city. And the second thing is I wanted to talk about the upgrading from license 20 to 21. It will give actually a city an opportunity. If somebody is upgrading the Fresno City license from 20 to 21, it will give the city opportunity to suspend the existing 20. That will help us to reduce those licenses from the city. If that particular location upgrade that and the existing 21 is removed out of service, that will bring the number down. So those were my two suggestions. It will help us with our investments, because we didn't see this going to be as per as I'm thinking that it would be implemented within the next couple of months.
Thank you. Thank you, Raj, for calling in. The next person is Darius Assimi. You have the floor.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Council President and members of the Council. First of all, I have no interest in alcohol sales or being involved in alcohol sales, but want to see a vibrant Fresno and support removing blight from our city. In my opinion, a yes vote will monopolize current liquor stores regardless of their blight or condition. I'm glad to see the new amendments that are made about using the current laws on books to look at the conditions of our current liquor stores. This also, in my opinion, will benefit corporate America and rich folks to the detriment of young entrepreneurs. And I will get to that in a minute. These votes have consequences and will impact our community adversely, in my opinion. The new model for grocery stores is a 4,000 square foot market, could be a convenience store, has fresh produce, delis, sandwich shops, dine-in, that also sells alcohol, from what I understand, to make their business model work. These could be built anywhere in the city, including next door to a liquor store. But your act will prohibit these from getting built within 1,000 feet of existing stores or liquor places that sell alcohol. The general plan calls for a more walkable city. This new type of grocery store that can pop up all over town is more neighborhood friendly. And I want to see that. I want to see more grocery stores that make our community more walkable. And local entrepreneurs can, along with national chains, can build these. This act, the way it's set up, will carve out the local folks to the benefit of corporate America, because the local entrepreneurs won't have the funds or won't be able to afford the $200,000 to $300,000 needed to buy a license. We're still suffering from the pains that COVID has induced in our city, with many stores closed for good. You're now adding more regulation to stop building grocery stores, especially in underserved areas. There are many shopping centers that are becoming empty, except for the liquor and the smoke shops. Imagine someone trying to open up a 4,000 square foot grocery store in Phil or in parts of town that really need the grocery stores, in the same strip mall. This act will prohibit that new grocery store from opening up in an existing strip mall in an underserved area that happens to be next door to an existing liquor store. By the way, to get to 1 in 2,500 ratio, if the math that I've heard from many experts over the last few weeks is correct, you have to retire over 200 licenses. Fresno gives out under 10 licenses per year. So that will take over 20 years to get to this goal. And from what I understand, the state has flexibility where there's 1 in 2,500 population versus 1 in 1,250. Finally, my company and I have built in Fresno for over 40 years. We put our money where our mouth is. We've invested in residential, multifamily, downtown, infill development, university development, and commercial. Your act has a lot of great intentions, and I wholly support the intent and the spirit of the act to removing blight and removing blighted neighborhoods and liquor stores and that fall under that category. But it needs more details to make it more fortified and more palatable for our community. I urge you to speak with folks that love and care about our city and have the experience and have the right recommendation, can make the right recommendations so we don't have unintended consequences that can set our city backwards. Thanks so much for your consideration. And I look forward to hearing future amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orsini. The next person is Dale. Dale, you're unmuted. We'll move on to the next person, Sam.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Mr. President and council members, here to talk and agree and support Mr. Assimi as well as Mr. Beal on the impacts that we see happening with the additional language here. And the good intent that's presented is not being fulfilled by restricting the general population from driving somewhere and acquiring liquor at a different location than other than the community store they may be by or close to. The walkable environment, the business enterprises that are impacted as addressed by Mr. Assimi. I think we need to look at that as a whole and not say just as a general blanket impact on the community, this is going to have a significant impact over the current laws that are out there. The effort that was made to clean up the environment around each of these stores, change the signage and allow a better utilization of currently what's on the books instead of adding more restrictions, I think is something that needs to be reconsidered. What currently is there to be able to affect what is being proposed at this time? The 500-foot or 1,000-foot separation is not going to change a person that's interested in buying alcohol to get in their car and drive further now to purchase that alcohol and come back and then return to the residence, business, or whatever it is. I think some of those restrictions won't have the effect that's intended, and that needs to be reconsidered, and what all this effect actually comes back again to that private business owner.
Thank you,
that
Dave.
small businessman that wants to move forward in his efforts.
The next person is Sam. Sam, you have the floor.
My name is Sam Bogdanovich. I'm one of the owners of Commercial Retail Associates, a Fresno-based commercial real estate company that's been in business for close to 30 years. My company represents many national tenants throughout the Central Valley and the Central Coast. Our company's clients range from Costco, Save Mart, and 7-Eleven to Les Schwab Tires, In-N-Out Burger, Chipotle, and Starbucks. We also lease shopping centers in the same geographic areas. Locally, I have been Ed Cashin's retail consultant for several years and currently work on River Park, Campus Point, and Fancher Creek. I have a very thorough understanding of what's going on in the retail world in our city. I'm here to talk about an unintended consequence of the ordinance if passed as is, and suggest that we continue the discussion. As we all know, our world has been turned upside down with COVID-19. The retail landscape hasn't changed or evolved this quickly in the 24 years I've been in commercial real estate, like it has in a mere 6 or 7 months since this started. We are seeing companies fail that we never thought would, and others coming out of this stronger than before and online only. Yet we still don't know who's going to be around when the dust settles. Most of the tenants in our neighborhood shopping centers aren't chains and have spent their life savings staying afloat. My fear is in 6 months, our neighborhood shopping centers are empty. If we impose such strict guidelines on opening neighborhood markets, some of the smaller strip centers will be left with liquor stores, with many spaces sitting empty.
Thank you, Sam. Next person is Cody. Cody, you're being unmuted. You have the floor.
Hi. I kind of wanted to piggyback off of what Dale was saying. I'm looking at two maps right now. One is the ABC liquor licenses in Fresno. The other is the Fresno COG VMT map. And I'm showing that when you spread out these liquor licenses, it will raise the VMT. And so I just wanted to bring that up as well, that's also an unintended consequence of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Cody. Next person is Richard. Richard, please identify yourself. You've been unmuted. Richard, going once, going twice. I think you just muted yourself again. Richard, can you hear us? All right, we'll move on to the next person. Lisa, you are unmuted. You have the floor.
Hi. I actually like your changes. You know, as a member of the public, I don't own a business. I don't own a liquor business or a strip mall or any of that. But as a member of the community, you know, the further west, the further south you go in Fresno, the more liquor stores you see. The further north you go, the less amount of liquor stores you see on every corner. So I look at this as a good thing. And also too, if you pass it and you change it, great, fabulous. And if it needs to be tweaked and things aren't working out, you know, the business community can always come to the council and ask for it to be tweaked, right? So let's just move forward. Because, you know, I have just seen an inundation of, you know, these liquor stores with cheap wine in poorer communities and what it has done to poorer communities. You know, we have, you know, food deserts in West Fresno. When was the last time Asimi ever, you know, built a grocery store in West Fresno? You know, somebody needs to answer that for me. I'll wait.
Thank
But
you,
anyway,
Lisa.
thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we're done with public comment. I do want to go to one person who's been a partner like the association has, Jose. I'm going to mute you if you want to address the council on behalf of the young people. Council, we set this up for 1 o'clock. As you know, most of our high school kids are doing online work, so we're hoping to be able to adjust for their schedules. A lot of them are still occupied doing their online schooling. So I wanted to give Jose an opportunity to address the council, as he has been and the youth have been at the table with us for the last year on this matter. Jose?
Perfect. Can you hear me, Council President Arias? Thank you so much. It's great to see the mayor, everyone on the council. I am staff at the Youth Leadership Institute here in the city of Fresno. I want to thank Council President Arias, Councilmember Esparza, and Chavez for really championing this ordinance. So young people, as Council President Arias mentioned earlier, have been working from the Friday Night Live program, which is to be able to reduce alcohol and drug use amongst minors. I've been working on this since 2012, informing the council. So some of the biggest issues that young people have seen through data that they've collected has been saturation, accessibility, and a lack of accountability for liquor stores. As you heard earlier, California requires, one liquor store for no more than every 2,500 residents. South of Shaw, we have one for every 500 residents. We realize that access of sensitive use areas such as parks and schools and preschools has been an issue because that's where young people play. That's where young people get educated. And so when there's accessibility and it's a Friday night and young people are looking to access alcohol, that walking distance from right outside of their school or right from the park, it makes it a lot easier for them to access it when it is at a walking distance. Whereas a young person who's under 18 or is still in high school has to drive out of their way to really access it. And so accessibility through this will be able to remove having these parameters in place of being able to have a longer distance from these sensitive use areas will really address that issue of accessibility being too close to young people. The other piece is the advertisements. We realize that in the work that young people have been doing, that advertisements play a huge role subconsciously. of what they see every day, especially if they go to a school that, we have parts in Fresno where there's 3 liquor stores that are, right across the street from, a high school. And so what they see every day really plays a role subconsciously as well. And then having this inspection program, we realize that one of those things, for example, one of the issues is shoulder tapping, where young people will sometimes stand outside of a liquor store and actually ask somebody to get alcohol for them. And so having this inspection program that's being included in here really addresses that too, because it also means that liquor stores will be held accountable to make sure that they are selling legally, and that that really young people, getting into the hands of young people can be prevented as much as possible. And as mentioned earlier, I know Serge got to mention this, there's certain parts of Fresno where alcohol is cheaper than water. So we know that accessibility, again, to young people through price is also more easily accessible to them because of the saturation issue. And I just want to thank lastly so much Council President Arias, Esparza, and Chavez for championing this and bringing the right partners to the table. And I know that it's been over a year of just a ton of conversations. And so just encourage the council to really, this ordinance will help really address the issue of access to young people. And I apologize, our young people weren't able to join the call. As Council President Arias said, they're still in school right now. But I just want to thank you for the time.
Thank you, Jose, and thank the young people on our behalf. With that, council, I'd like to bring it back for questions from the council. If there's none, then this again is just an introduction item. It'll be brought back on October 15th, and where we are continuing to commit to all the stakeholders, those who called today, those who we've been working with for a year, to continue to refine this act to ensure that it meets the intention and the best interest of the city. So just as a quick note, when we started this process, one of the first meetings I had was with the director of ABC at the state. I actually drove to Sacramento prior to COVID and looked at all the data, evaluated all the options, and they were fully supportive of our approach to do some additional mitigation and to ensure that there was a market for grocery stores. And we are very sensitive to the fact that the market is shifting around full service, 50, 60,000 square foot grocery stores. You should know that we actually want the smaller footprint grocery stores in our neighborhoods. That's what people want. I have the luxury of having one next door. I know what it means to have a grocery store next door and reduce the amount of Costco trips that we take as a family up to North Fresno. So we will continue to work on this to make sure that we can provide any clarity and reassurance to any of the stakeholders who called today and those who we continue to work with. So unless there's questions from the council, I'd like to move on to the next item. All right, Councilmember Butterfield, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, in terms of the issues that were raised by some of the folks, how do you plan on making any changes to this ordinance in relation to because some of them seem like very reasonable and thoughtful concerns.
What we've seen, Councilmember Butterfield, is we've been getting some, questions and some input. That's why you saw the 2 pages of changes that we've made already since this was approved by the Planning Commission. We're still going through some of that. We've had additional conversations up to this morning. So I intend to continue doing the same thing that we've done, is make adjustments where it makes sense for neighborhoods, but we're also being very clear that what we're trying to do is reduce saturation, not move saturation from the inner city to the outer city, which is something that we got to be aware of, because as you know, some of the quote unquote unsaturated zip codes are at the edges of development. And essentially in my area is Clinton and Blythe. And those folks who bought new subdivisions and new homes, they don't want to see the saturation replicated in their parts of town. So we're trying to be thoughtful of looking for all the unintended consequences. And I know from Councilmember Chavez and Esparza, we're all committed to seeing more grocery stores, even if they're smaller footprints inside the parts of the food deserts that we have. So we'll continue to do what we've done, is make adjustments, refine things, make sure that if there's existing language in the code that already does that. And I'll give you an example. When the 4,000 square foot grocery store question was brought to our attention, we had our legal counsel review not only this act, but all the other existing municipal code. And they're comfortable that our grocery stores, how we define them in general market, healthy food grocer, and specialty food grocers already provide the necessary protections to encourage those kind of grocery stores to come in versus discourage. So we're going to continue communicating and talking with everyone and making sure folks understand the intention and the language. And if refinement is required, we'll do that.
Yeah, Councilmember Bredefeld, to piggyback off that answer, you know, we're going to continue to listen to folks and incorporate the components that make sense for this, but continue the spirit of the legislation. But we got to be cognizant as well that any changes we make cannot be considered substantial changes that trigger us to go back to the drawing board and reinitiate the long process that it's already gone through. So, you know, we're looking to the city attorney, right, to answer questions in terms of what is considered substantial versus non-substantial and what would re-trigger the process.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you, Councilmember Redfield. Councilmember Carbasi, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to say about this bill, I want to thank the council president for bringing it forward and all the work and working with so many stakeholders. It's not easy. I think the intent of this bill is very pure and it can do a lot of good. And the fact that we're targeting the unintended consequences is going to make this a much better bill when we actually vote on this matter. So I appreciate your openness and your willingness to improve things in our communities.
Thank you, Councilmember. If that is all from the council, I'd like to go back to the 1020 item and ask for reconsideration. I wasn't here when this item was voted on, so I would need a motion from the winning side to reconsider the item.
I would like to make a motion, even though that wasn't granted to me at the consent last week, but I'd like to make a motion for you to consider that.
Thank you, Councilor Bredfield. I owe you one, so it's on the record. Is there a second for Councilor Bredfield?
This is for
generosity. Yeah, the animal shelter.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. All right, let's do a roll call for the reconsideration. City Clerk, the motion is to reconsider the 1020 joint item of the financing powers related to the animal shelter.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
So is the reconsideration for just discussion or what?
The council vote, just the council vote, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Council President Arias. Thank you.
All right, Council, thank you for the reconsideration. The record is clear. I owe Councilor Bredfield the same courtesy next year. The only question I had, staff, is we've been talking about the animal shelter in the terms of a $15 million project. And what's on the item today is a $22 million project. So I wanted to give staff an opportunity to explain to the public why there's the difference between the 50 million we've been discussing thus far, which I believe is related to the building, and the total price of 22 million.
Council.
We got to be able to hear you, Mr. City Controller. Hey, Mayor, how are you?
You're muted.
Mike, let's see.
Terrible.
I heard that, Luis. Hey, Mayor, now you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay, well, there's the original cost. We had a facility, an existing facility we're going to remodel, I think by 99. My recollection, and Jim can probably correct me, was $15 million plus. And then when Mr. Cashin got involved and was willing to buy a parcel, we looked at different locations, including another one by Golden State Boulevard. But ultimately, the one by the Gap was the best location, and that was, I think, a cost of what, $1 for the land itself. But when you add the cost of the soft cost of an engineering cost to the project, when you go into bond fees and commissions, you go into materials costs rising dramatically, and you do what they call capitalized interest. That's basically a construction loan. So those combined and correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, or one of the reasons the cost went up. We looked at stuff a year ago with Daryl Ridenour on this $40-50 million in cost. So this came in originally and the thing was presented by Tim Simons originally in, I think, the $15 to $16-17 million price range. And then we had our people, Scott Mosier and Jim and others, go through and make some corrections to make the engineering proper. But those are the factors primarily that escalated the cost. But I believe that that cost of $22 million for what we're getting is a good bargain. And Jim, you can also, we added some features on. For example, there was no clinic for spade and neuters that was on the original design. So those are some of the other things that added to the cost. And Jim or Mike, let me fill me in where I left out.
That's pretty bad.
I think this is karma, Mike, for all the times you give us a hard time about spending CARES Act dollars. So anybody in the city manager's office have an audio that works or no?
What the? Oh, Aldi. No.
Let's see if we can get this thing here. Give you guys 2 seconds. Mike, you're welcome to come into my office and use my audio. Any of you guys can come over and explain it to us. I wouldn't hassle you, except it's a lot of money. So, we want to be clear about the $7 million difference. You can wear a mask.
This is a move to increase IT's budget. I think this is what it's all about.
No, this is a move to decrease our budget.
Oh.
If somebody wants to come to the library, it works in here.
Did you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you perfectly, Mayor.
City Council chamber works pretty good too.
What about Councilmember Chavez? Does your internet bill, did you pay that bill? Does it work?
It's working.
It's working.
Got a hot spot.
Hey, what if we just have them call in on the phone and leave the camera on and we can hear the audio but see them talking? Creative solution.
Yeah.
Leave it up to the millennial to find a workaround to IT. They're moving to the library. Just give them 2 seconds and they'll be up and running. Mayor, while we're waiting, do you have a schedule for construction? Do we know when that is?
We've been working, you guys approved an amendment last week with Queering Construction will join Tim Simons, and Paul Queering has got a great reputation. He's got the bonding capacity. He's built major multi-million-dollar projects. So I think it adds more to the project in terms of credibility and a timeline. But we're looking at right now a completion time sometime late in 2021. That's what it looks like right now.
Okay.
And our commitment with SPCI, they give us 2 6-month.
Can you guys hear me now?
Thank you.
So we are in Councilmember Kabasi's office, and we'll try and answer some questions. First of all, I'm going to let Mike explain the 22 million bonding amount, and that has to do with the minimum amount of bonding we can secure cost effectively. I believe since day one, we've said the minimum amount is $20 million. As far as the $14 to $16 million roughly construction cost, that's the predicted cost we had all along. And I feel we're still within that window. But there are some other costs that are associated with the project. Vehicles, we're estimating roughly $500,000. Medical equipment is an additional probably $500,000. We have contingency in there as we typically would, 10%. And then the soft costs that the mayor had mentioned. So, and I don't have the latest estimate in front of me, but I believe it was around $18.5 million, everything in. Now, because the loan amount or the bond amount minimum is $20 million, we have some options to do with that. If we don't utilize all of that bond amount, we can apply that towards paying back the bond, which was one thing we looked at as a potential. That way, if we move forward with that amount, which is the minimum, in sense, we could make payments if we haven't spent all that money in the startup cost. I'm going to let Mike talk about the 20 versus 22 million. So we're going to swap spots here.
Thank you, Jim. In addition to all the costs associated with the project, the construction, the equipment, the contingency costs, there's also costs of issuance, which are costs that are that we pay to the bank for selling the bonds, that we pay to the lawyers. We have a bond counsel, we have a disclosure counsel. So all these folks also get paid. And so that adds to the cost of the issuance as well. And that's in the tune of about $500,000, much along the lines of some of the equipment costs. And then we also have, as Jim kind of alluded to, we have a year of capitalized interest in there, and that basically covers the debt payment while the building is being constructed. And that's a full year of debt service in there. So that's, as I mentioned earlier today, that's about $1.8 million right there. So that's how you get to the 22 between all the construction costs and all the other items. The construction contract at its core is about $15 million. I believe council approved that in May. Then with all the other equipment costs and all the other contingencies, that gets you up to about 18, 19. And then we have another 2 to 2.5 million of issuance costs plus capitalized interest that are included in that. So at the end of the day, we're at about 21. We rounded up to 22 just to give us cushion in case something comes up in the next couple of weeks that before the bond sale where we go, oh my gosh, we should have added this in. We have that. I can assure council, we will only bond for what that project is projected to cost. So we may not use the full 22 million of authority. We will just use what is necessary in order to complete the project. But it gives us a cushion in case something pops up in the next couple of weeks or so before the bond sale, that we can make that adjustment without having to come back to councils and get further authorization.
Just one clarifying point for me specifically. We're about to enter the journey of budgeting in October. And it's all about the general fund. Is it fair to say that since you're bonding for all this, not just the construction, but the equipment and all these elements in this package, that you won't need any general fund money this upcoming year for the animal shelter?
That is correct. Yes. The capitalized interest that's buried in there will pay the debt service. The first debt service payment on these bonds from the general fund isn't anticipated until FY22.
Okay. Any other questions from the council?
Motion to approve.
All right. So move.
Second. Is that a motion to reapprove?
Yes.
Approve.
Yes. All right. Roll call, please. Let me go to the public. Anybody in the public have any questions on this item?
Wait a second, just in case. You gotta vote.
Let me see here.
The dogs and cats of Fresno, thank you.
Believe it or not, after potholes, dogs and cats are the second issue for a lot of our residents. So we have a lot of cat and dog lovers, and we're doing a pretty big deal in making sure they have the right facility. All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefield?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council President Arias.
Yes. Thank you, Council. Council, before we proceed with a closed session, I wanted to make a quick report to the public over our budget hearings for this year and when they're going to commence. So as agreed upon by the administration, the staff is going to provide and publish the general fund budget by October 2nd. We will begin budget hearings on Monday, October 12th, at which point we'll hear the general fund overview, airports, facts, the convention center. Hopefully we'll go to lunch. Then we'll come back and hear public works and public utilities. On Tuesday, October 13th, we'll hear the information services, personnel services, finance, lunch break, police and fire. On October 14th, we'll hear parks, planning and development, the city clerk, the city attorney, the mayor, city manager, and city council budgets. And we're gonna leave Thursday, October 15th in the afternoon for some carryover items that we don't get to and departments. And then we'll make motions on October 20th. At that time, of course, we can hear motions during any of the budget hearings. And then we're gonna try and complete the budget for a final vote on Thursday, October 22nd. And the city clerk will publish the following calendar and make it available on our city website so everybody knows. Council, you should have received an email from our city attorney outlining the procedures for this upcoming budget hearing. As a reminder, it is considered officially an amendment to the budget. So votes would have to be 5 votes to move items forward instead of our traditional 4 votes. And with that, Council, we will conclude the public portion of this meeting and we turn to closed session to complete our last item. Mayor, we'll see you in closed session as well. And for the public, thank you for tuning in and we'll see you at the next budget hearings is the next time that we'll talk if we don't have an emergency meeting or special meeting before then. Thank you all.
Don't forget, we're adjourning in the memory of RBG.
Several folks, yeah.
Yes, so we're adjourning the memory of all the individuals that we outlined today and we will get through 2020 together and push through. Thank you all.
That separate link for the closed session?
Your same closed session one that you had in your calendar earlier today.
Okay.
Thank you.